Cool, I'm live. Hey Charles, welcome. Okay, cool. Let's start. Rooted. Normal Sudoku rules apply. The purple line contains a set of consecutive digits, not necessarily in order. Every set of 3 sequential digits on the teal line contains 1 digit from 147, 1 from 258, and 1 from 369. Okay, it's a modular line. Adjacent digits on the green line differ by 5 or more. Turn whisper. The square root of the 4-digit number in a 4-cell pill equals a 2-digit number in the corresponding 2-cell pill. Square root of the 4-digit number in a 4-cell pill equals, okay. So basically a 2-cell pill squared is the 4-cell pill. Okay. Let's get into it then. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This is a 7-cell red band line, so it has to contain at least 3 through 7. Because it could be 987, 6543. So the lowest number is 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Highest number is 7. Could be. So 3 to 7 is in all of them. These squared will equal a 4-digit number. What? If it's 1, I think if it's anything with 1, it's probably only going to be a 3-digit number squared. Highest it can be is 19 squared, which is 81. 9 and 8 is 17. Then we have 9 and 1. Yeah, it's a 2-digit number. 3-digit number, I mean. So it can't be anything with 1, starting with 1. There's always going to be these aesthetically pleasing puzzles. How about 2s? Can it ever be a 4-digit number squared? 29 is the highest squared. 81, 9, 18 is 26, 18, and 5. Yeah, still a 2-digit number. So it can't be starting with 2. Let's jump up a little bit. How about 6s? Hehe, 59. 6, 9 squared. 1, 8. This is 54, so that's 62. This looks like it's going to be more than. This is 54 as well. Yeah, that is a 4-digit number, I mean. How about 5s? 81, 45 is 53. 45 and 25 plus 4 is 29. Yeah, it's a 4-digit as well. How about 4s? 7 to the 4th power. 81. 36 is 44. 36. 16 plus 3 is 19. Yeah, 4-digit number. And 3s. 3 and 9 is 81. This is 27, which is 35. 27, 9, 11. Yeah, it works. So 3 is the lowest it can be. That's not very restrictive. Maybe it's the second number over here. Because if it's a 5, that square is always going to have a 5 on the end of it. So that's not possible. Same with 1. 1 squared is 1. 2 would leave 4. 3, 9. 4, 16. Or it's just 6. 6 would not work because I'd have to have a 6 as well. 36. 7 is 9. 8 is 4. 9 is 1. So it's not 2, 5, or 6. 1, 2, 5, or 6. It can be anything else though. The second number. 3, 4, 7, 8, 9. These are just orders modulo 10. But we do know that these numbers will make this either 9, 6, 9, 4, or 1. So that's 1, 4, 6, or 9. As the units digits. Just watch this thing over here be a square calculator. These are the same sets from either 147, 258, or 369, as well as those. These are the same polarity, high or low. Which means there is a 5 over here. And one of these two is the 4 or 6, making one of these a 1 or 9.
I know how to cook leftover mac and cheese.
Cool.
1,000,000 times.
Good job.
I even made you 1,000,000.
You want to make me one? Is that it?
Well, I don't. There's only a little bit.
Gotcha. Close that door, please.
What?
Close that door, please. Thank you. No, go make your mac and cheese. And close the door. Bye. Sorry, my nephew walked in. What is this? One of them is going to be this digit over here. And the other is either 1, 2, 8, or 9. The other two are either 1, 2, 8, 9. I'm not saying no to mac and cheese. He was saying that he was making mac and cheese for himself. These are at least 3. But I will always say yes to mac and cheese. 3 or more. How high can it be? What's 91 squared? It's 1, 9, 9, 81. Which is 8281. Obviously that can't be the case, but it still is high enough, or low enough, I guess. 99. Well, obviously there is no 99s, 98s. 64. 72. 72. 81 is 88. 9504. I'm not gonna have to make all the possible squares, am I? At least with these. Because then that's, what is it? 3 to 9 is 6 digits plus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 30 checks that I would have to do. Minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 25 checks. Well, might as well. I see no other thing to do. 34 and 34. That's 16. Let's do it a little bit over. This is probably showing all the possible squares. However, why did I look that up when I can just calculate them? Hello. Yeah, sure. I didn't realize that was a thing. 16. That's 12. That's 13. 12 again, and 10, which makes 1156. It's not possible. How about 37? 49. 21, 25. 21. 11. It's 1369. It's not going to work because this is a 3 over here. How about 38? 64. That's 24, so 30. 11. That's 1444. It's a lot of 4s. How about 39? That's 81. 27 is 35. 11. That makes 1521. 2 ones there, so that's not possible. Alright, so it cannot be 3. It has to be more than 4. Can 43 work? 9. 12. 9. 1049 is not possible because there's no zeros. How about 47? 49. 21, 25. No, 28 is 32. 28 and 10. No, 18. Oh, did I do that before? With the 43s. 9, 12, 12, 17. Not 10. Or 9, whatever I did. Yeah, that's 1849. Which there's a 4 there, so that's not possible. 47. It's 49. 32, 18, and this is 0, so it's not possible. How about 48 is 64, 32 is 38, 19, 0 again, so it's not possible. 49, 81, 36 is 44, this is 36 as well, 19, 0, that's 10, it's not possible. Alright, so it can't be 4. How about 5s now? 9, 15, 25 is 26, 0 is not possible. 16, 20, 1, 20, 27, that's 2916, which does work. Yep. Alright, so 54 is one possibility. 57s, that's 49. 35 is 39. 35, 25 is 28. 3149. Does that work? Yes, there's no. Yeah, 3149 works. So 57 is another possibility. 58 is 64. 36. 8 times 5 is 46. 29. That's 3. 3 is not possible. How about 59? I mean, if CTC can do these calculations in my head, then in their head, then I think what's it called? This isn't as impressive as that, but you know, I still stick to some level of rigorousness. 45 plus 8 is 53. 45 plus 25 is 29. 3, 4, 8, 1. I don't see any problem with that. Yeah, 3, 4, 8, 1 works, so it can also be 59. I'm just waiting for y'all to take out a calculator and say, oh, that one's wrong, calculation's wrong. 9, 18, 18 still, 36, 37. That's 3 8s, no, 3 9s, 6 9, but there's 2 9s here, that's wrong. So it can't be 63. 64 is 16, 24, 25, 36, 38. That's a 0, so it's not the case. Can't be 64. How about 67? It's 49. 42 is 46. 2 times 7 is 42, right? 7 is 14 times 7 times 6 is 14 times 3, which is 28 plus 14, which is 30. Yeah, 32. 32. 42. Hold up. 14, 14, 14. That's 12, 42. Yeah, I was right. Sometimes I forget the mental arithmetic. I think this over here, this link, is probably just a link to all the possible squares and square roots, but I'm just not gonna click it. 6 times 7 is 42. 36 is 40. So we have 4, 4, 8, 9, which is not possible. Have 68 is 64. 48 is 54. 48. 36 is 40. So that's 4, 6, 2, 4. Not possible. And then finally 69 is 81. 9 times 6 is 53, 54. Yeah, 54. So 62. And then that is 41. So we have 4751. Sorry, 4761. And then the 6 clash. The sixes will clash. That's not possible. So 6 is not in here. How about 7s? 73, 9, 21, 21, and 51. That's 5, 3, 2, 9. There's 2 threes clashing, so that's not possible. 16, 28, 29, 51, 5, 4, 7, 6. 2 sevens clashing is not possible. 78 would be 64. This is 56, so that's 62. Sorry. 49 plus 5 is 54. And this is a 0, so it's not possible. How about 79s? 81. Just watch these all have to be 5s. This is what this is looking towards. This is a 63, so that's 71. And then this is 49, which is 55. 6241. 6241. 81. 63 is 71. 63. 49 is 55. Yes, this is not broken. 6241 works. Darn. 79 works. 80s now. 83s. Makes a 9. 24. 64 is 66. 6, 8, 8, 9 is not possible. 84s is 16. This is 32, 33. 64 is 67. And that's the zeros, which is impossible. 8 sevens is 49. 56 is 60. 56, 64, 69, and then we have 7, 5, 6, 9. But there's two sevens there which clash. 89s is 81. This is a 72, so 80. 72 and 64 plus 7 is 71. 7921. These two nines clash. So 80 is not in there. How about 90s then? 93s, 9, 27, 83. That makes it 8, 6, 4, 9. There's two nines here which clash. I could have just told that from this over here actually. 16, 36, 37, 84. 8 eights is impossible because the two eights clash. 97 is 49, which does not work. 98, 64, 72, 78, 72, 81 is 88. This is a 0, so it doesn't work. So 9's not in there. It's 5 or 7, and there are no 3's in any of the possibilities, or 8's. It's either 54, 57, 59, or 79. I really should have kept track of what these went to. Hold on, let me do them again. 54, is 2916. There's a possibility there. 35, 39, 8, 3, 2, 4, 9. 57. Y'all ever notice that I do my addition weird? 81, 45 is 53. 25 is 29. 3, 4, 8, 1. This one's 3, 4, 8, 1. Then finally, this one, 63 is 71. 6, 2, 4, 1. Alright, those are the possibilities. So the first numbers are either 2, 3, 3, or 2. So 2 or 3 are the first numbers. The second numbers are either 9, 2, 4, or 4. So 2, 4, or 9. Two or 4 or 4, yep. Oh wait, there's also 6 here, whoops. Then we have second numbers 2, 4, 2, or 9. Yeah, 2, 4, or 9. third number. Also, let me just 29. I'll write these in chat. Easier to remember if they're in chat. 54 is 2916. And 57 is 3249. 59 is 3481. 79 is 6241. And thus, first numbers are 2, 3, 6. Yep. Second numbers are 9, 2, and 4. Third numbers are 1, 4, 8, 4. 1, 4, 8, 4. And fourth numbers are 6, 9, 1. Yee. Any overlaps? These are 5 and 7. So one of them has to be 79. Which means one of those has to end with a 1. Which means this one is not a 1. 1 in the third number means that it cannot be 54. Let me just get rid of these now. So this one cannot be a 6. Also can't be a 2 over here. Or a 9 in the second position. Or a 1 in the third. Yeah. This one can still be 37, 59, or 79. 70 is 9. 50 can be 4, 7, or 9. But it can't be 59. So it's either 54 or 57. Which means the first number is 2 or 3. But there is a 6 here, actually. 6 is one of those, 2 is in one of those, and 4 is in one of those. 6, 2, 4, 1. Which means this one is a 2 now. And if it's 2 in the second number, then it's either 57 or 79. But there is always a 7 here. Oh, there is a 5 over here because the German whisper line. So this one is a 79. That's a 5. This one is 6, 2, 4, 1. Either this is a 6, which it cannot be. So this is not high numbers because one of them would have to be a 6. It would have to go in one of those two. And it could not be that one, it would have to be that one next to a 1, which is not possible. So these are low numbers, these are high numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is 3 and 4. I did something wrong. This is a German whisper. Greenland divided by 5 or more, yeah. Bruh. What did I do wrong? 79 squared is 6,241, isn't it? I checked all of them. Maybe I'll open this thing. tinyurl.com/mwk3pk7t. Not found. MWK3PK7T. Yep, these are all squares. Well, for all the threes, not possible 0, not possible 0, not possible 2 1s, not possible 2 2s, not possible a repeated 6, not possible a repeated 3, not possible 2 1s, not possible 2 1s, not possible 2 4s, not possible 2 4s, not possible 2 4s, not possible 2 2s and 0, not possible 2 1s, not possible 2 2s, not possible 0, not possible 0 0 0 0 0. 54 is 2916. Yep, I got that one. 0, 2 3s, 3 7s, 3 2 4 9. Yep, I got that one. 58 is 2 3s. 59 is 3 4 8 1. Yep, got that one as well. 2 zeros, 1s, 4s, 9s, 0, 2 2s. 6s, 2 4s, 2 4s, 2 6s, 0 0, 5 1 8 4. Why did I exclude 4 2s? Yep, there could be a 72. Don't know why I didn't include the 2s in there. Two 3s, 2 4s, 2 5s, 2 7s, 2 9s, 0. 6 2 4 1 is. I have that for 79. 2 zeros, 2 6s, 2 2s, 2 8s, 0, 2s, 6s, 2 7s, 2 7s, and 2 4s. 2 9s, 2 zeros, 2 8s, 2 4s, 2 9s, 2 8s, 0, 9s, 9s, 0, 0, 0. Yeah. Yeah, I have no idea how I did get 72. For some reason I didn't even put 2s here in that thing. But there's still 172, so we can still have a 2 over here somewhere. And this is still 5 or 7, because there were only 50s and 70s, and this one is a 5, so this is either 79 or 72. And I'm pretty sure we now know that it can't be 79, but let's see why, because if it's 79, this is a 6241. And either this is high, that's a 6 and that's 1, clashing, or this is 1, 2, 4 down here, and these can't be both 3s. So this is not 79, this is 72. Not sure if that counts for bifurcation, because I already did it. But this is 5184. This is either 54, 57, or 59, which is 2, 3, or 6. Probably. Yeah, we do know that it is a 7, which is 79 or 72. And 79 is pretty easy to get off to, that sounds wrong, to eliminates. There we go. This can still be 72, so this can be 5184. What is this now? This could be 1, 2, 3, 4 still with a 4 there and a 1 there. 2, 3 would make that a 9. So that could still work. If this was 6, 7, 8, 9, that'd have to be a 6. So either this is a 4 or a 6, making this a 1 or a 9. Ah, there we go. 6. If this was 6, 7, 8, 9, then 6 couldn't be placed on it. That 6 would make a 1 go there. This sees 2 digits, this sees 2 digits, and that 6 sees a 1. So this is low. This is high. This is 4, 1, 2, 3, making that a 9, because that's be at least 5 away from 3, and it can't be 8. This is 6, 7, 8, or 9. This one is a 9. This is a 6. The last things we have here are 5, 6, and 8. Cannot be a 7. So this one is a 7. Last two we have here are 3 and 6, I believe. That's a 6, that's a 3. This is 1, 4, or 9. This is 4, no, 5, 6, or 7. This is 2, 3, or 8. Yeah, I do. I like the lowest to be blue and the highest to be orange. And then usually if I'm done with it, I'll just delete it. Because then you have other lines to deal with. '54, '57, or '59. Which means that it's either 2916, which works still. 3241, which works still. And 3481. Yeah. I mean, it's not too bad. It's just I prefer to do it this way. 5 goes over here, as well as this one. This is either 147, 258, or 369. It's one pair. It's one set. If it was 147, that'd be the 1. And those would be 4. Oops, sorry. 47. Excuse me. This was a 1 and that was an 8. That'd be a 9. And 8 is either 72 or 59. Making that either a 4 or a 1. Can this be 59? If this were 59, it would be 3481. But that's not possible, so it's not 59. It's either 54 or 57. 2916 and 3249. This is not 6. It's not a 4. It's not a 1. This is not a 9 anymore. Six, column 5. What I just did. Oh yeah, this is a 2. That's a 3. That's a 9. There we go. Which means I had a 6. This is a 4 now. And 54 is 2916. This is not a 2 anymore. This is not a 4. This is not a 5. Are any of these numbers ruled out? It can't be 54, so this is not a 4. What did I just do? Oops. It's not a 4 now. It can't be a 2 still. 57 is 3249. That's not possible, so it's not 57. 59 is 3481. It's possible. 79 is 6241. That's not possible, so it's not 79. It's either 59 or 72, which is 5, 1. It's not 72. So this is a 59, which means this is 3481. And there we go. We have finished the squares, so we don't have to deal with that anymore. This isn't a 6. One of those is a 1. This one of these is a 3. 2 does not have to go on this line. There is a 5 and 4 on here, but we already knew that. So is there a 6, so it's on one of those two cells. One is in one of these two. That's not a 9. That means this has to have at least an 8 on it now as well. One of those two is an 8. One of those two is a 4. This is a 4-8 pair. This is a 5, 6, 7. This is a 5. This is a 2, 8. This is a 6. This is a 3, 9. Never mind. It can't be. This cannot be a 6 because these two cannot have 9 on them. 9 is looking at all these cells. If this is a 7, this is a 1. It cannot be a 1, 4 either because both the 1s are looking at there. All three of them have 1 looking at it, so this is a 5, 2, 8. This is not a 2. This is a 2, 7, or 6. This means this is an 8. This is a 2. This is not an 8. This is not a 2 or a 7. This is a 6. Which means this is 3 or 9. Can't be a 9. This is 1, 4, or 7. What else we got here? One of those is a 1. Eight is one of those three. The rest of this row is 3, 7, or 8. One of those is a 3. This is 7 or 8. This is an 8. This is 3 or 7. We have a 2, 3, 7 pair here now, which means we have 4, 5, and 6 to go in this column. This is not a 6. Oh, this isn't a 6 either, so this is a 6. Oopsie, don't do that. This is 3, 7, or 8. One of those is a 7. This contains either 2 or 9. If it's a 2, it goes there. If it's a 9, it goes there. This is a 3, 7 up here as well. So 1, 2, 9, 3, 7 are the possibilities for that. Oh, this isn't a 5. I don't know if I have the 5 there. This isn't a 5 either, so this is a 5. One of those is a 3. We have 2, 3, 5, and 7 to go in this row. 2 can go in any of them. This could be 3. 5 and 7 can go in any of them. Although they can't both go here, because then they would have 4 of 1, 5, and 7 in this row. In fact, you do have at least 1, 5, or 7 here. which makes it pair with that one, which makes this one a 1. This is 2, 5, or 7. This is 3, 5, or 7. Wait a minute. No. No. I just in the wrong. Again. Was it this one over here? $54 is 2916. 57 is 3249. And why does that not work? Wait, this is a 2, this is a 3. That is true. What's 59? 59 is 3481, which does not work because that one. So that's correct. That deduction was correct. We saw that that is a 2 and that's a 3 because of German whispers. So it can't be 57 now. So that'd be 3241. Then 2 clashes here. So that is a 9. So this is a 57. Sorry, 54 with 2916. That is correct. That much is correct. $54 would be 2916, which does not work. Because the 2 here. Could be 74 either. 57 is 3249, which does not work because that 4. 59 is 3481, which does work. But it's not 57, that's not a 7. 72 is 5184, which does not work. 79 is 6241, which does not work. So this one has to be a 59 with 3481. That is correct. So it's Sudoku then. Surely. But 3's there. Yeah, why did I put 3 over theirs then? What did I do? I must have done some Sudoku. I must have put 3 over here for some reason. Oh, because of the 369. This one could be a 6 though. Maybe I spelled it wrong. Okay, so it's this sign that I did wrong. Okay, one of those is a 1. This one cannot be 147 because there's 1s looking at it. Cannot be 369 because there are 9s looking at all of them. So it has to be 258. This is not a 2. This is not a 5. This is 2, 6, or 7. That's not 2 either, so this one is a 2. This is not a 2 anymore because it can't be, well, because of that. This is a 6. This one is 3 or 6. Oh, that's what I did. Because I saw that this was 6, I thought this one had to be different, but that's erroneous. 3 9 is looking at it, so this one has to be a 6. This is not 6 anymore, this is a 6. Don't just love it when you make erroneous judgments, erroneous logic. At least it wasn't anything that had to that made me bifurcate. This is not a 4, this is not a 7. These are not 6s anymore. Two is one of those two. 4 and 8s are a pair that look there. There is 2, 3, 5, and 7 over here. This is 2, 5, or 7, which makes a triple here, so that's a 1. This is a 4. That's not a 2 anymore. The 2 is looking over there, so that's a 2. This is 3, 5, and 7. This is 5, this is 8. This is a 7, 9 pair. This is 3, 7, and 9. Why is there a 5 there? This is 4, 6, and 8. This is 1, 3, and 7, 3, and 5. Six goes over here on this line. 1 goes in one of those two. This is 1, 2, or 9 up here. It's not a 1. Do 9 goes in one of those two. In fact, this is 3, 8, or 9. 4 goes here. In that box, this is a 4, this is an 8. Oops. 3, 7, and 8. This is 8. This is 3 and 7. 3 and 7 goes here in this row, because it can't repeat in the line, and they can't go there. This is 1, 2, or 9. Let's put 1, 2, 9 triple in this box. So the rest are 3, 7, and 6. So this is 3 and 7, this is a 6. This is a 4. This is a 1, 9, 4. 1, 9, 2. Why are they? Because I am dumb. This is a 2. This is 1, 9, or 7. So that's not a triple. This is a 3, so 7's looking at it. This is not a 1. 1, 2, 4, 6. 9's looking at it. 1's is 1, 2, or 6, not a 1. 4, 6, 8, 9. So this is 6 or 9. This is a 3, so this is a 3. That's a 7. This is a 3, it's a 5. 7, 2. 2, 3, 8. 8, 9. 9, 1. 7, 6, 2. 4, 6, 8, 4, 9, 1, 8, 6, 3, 2, 7, 5, 5, 7, and finally we have a 5. It wasn't too bad of a puzzle. The reason why it took slow is because I kept on calculating all the things for the line. I also messed up twice. But yeah, I really should have just looked at the thing beforehand and just looked at it there. When given resources, you should use them. I mean, this is pretty much a 2-star puzzle in my opinion. It's just I wasted a bunch of time calculating everything. Alright, next one. Build your own region sum lines. The grid contains a single region sum line, RSL, that moves orthogonally throughout the grid. The line may not intersect nor overlap itself. Digits on a region sum line have the same sum in each box the line is in. If the line passes through a box multiple times, each individual segment sums separately. All blue shapes are on the line and all red shapes are not. The line begins and ends on the diamonds. A square equals the number of cells in the RSL in that box. Okay. A circle equals the number of RSL segments in that box. Okay. The max... Okay, let's get into it. So, we have a build your own region sum line. They start and end here and here. Yeah. And it moves orthogonally through the grid. It may not intersect nor overlap itself. Okay. It doesn't say anything about touching itself, so I'm guessing it could do something like this. Maybe. All blue shapes are on the line. I'll make those blue for region sum. And all red shapes are not, so I'll make them red as well. The line begins and ends on the diamonds. The square equals the number of cells on the RSL in that box. This square is 8. So every single cell in this box besides that one has to be on the region sum line. Therefore, it must touch itself. At least once. And a circle equals the number of RSL segments in that box. Okay. I wonder if this can be a 4. If this is a 9. Not sure. But the most, maybe a 5. I think the most segments you can have in a box is 5. One being 1 cell, another being 2 cells, another being 2 cells, another being 2 cells, another being 2 cells, to make 9. However, it'd probably have to be this box if it were. Oh, but that couldn't be. So I think the max you can have is 4 then, in any given box. But I'll have to check that out later. You know, this is not in there. None of those are in there. This one has to be these 2 cells. Could be 3. This one could be 1. But somehow I doubt that. Those are all the rules, yep. These are all circles are at max 5. However, for some, I very much doubt 5 is possible. Like, if this were a 5, how would that work? You couldn't. Because you couldn't have more than one of size 1. This one can't even have any size 1s in here. So, like, you could do that, then maybe that. Then where do those go? That's 1, 2. Then you have one of them being 3. Another one being 3. But that's also not possible. This one definitely can't be a 5. Can it even be a 4? I don't think this one can be a 5. Definitely not even if, because if it was a 5, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, this is a max 4. 5 has to take all 9 cells. It definitely is this box though. For now, I'll forget about these circles. Actually, no, these just can't be a 5. Again, 5 needs at least 9 cells because it needs to be 2, 2, 2, 2, and 1 to get 5 segments in there. And for this one, it couldn't be a 5 because this is part of... Hey, hello, thank you. Wow, 11 people. Thanks for the raid. Scobo Jobo. Thank you. Thanks for the raid. Thank you so much. I'm currently on Build Your Own Region Summon Lines. But yeah, this one couldn't be a 5. Because this has... all the cells would have to be part of it. This one would have to be part of it, and would have to do that. That's 3 cells. But if it were a 5, then it'd have to be 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. I bought all the Sko Jojo Jobo. Thank you, much appreciated. This one obviously cannot be 1. It's obvious. If it were 1, everything would have to be 44. And then yeah, these two would clash with each other. Because those would both have to be 1. These would all have to be 44. And then 2 ones will clash. If it were 2, you could have something like 1 and 2. And then, if it were 2, then the 2 segments would have to add up to 33. So 43. That's an odd number, and you can't divide 43 evenly. Good night, Jojo. Thanks for the raid. Make sure to catch those Hongshu Mimis. So it can't be 2. If it were a 4, then you would have to divide 41 by 4, which is not possible again. So this one has to be 3. And the 3 segments, which add up to 42, have to divide 42 by 3. And 42 divided by 3 is 1 and 4. That's 14. So each of the segments is going to be 14. Which could be 2, 3, and 3. Could also be like a 4, a 2, and a 2. 8, 6, 9, 5, 1, 2, 5, 7. No, 1, 2, 8, 6, 9, 5 is 1, 2, 4, 7. This isn't a 2. So yeah, it's either a 2, and a 4, or a 2, 3, and 3. But where those even are is not set in stone. This one is definitely a part of at least a 3. So it either gets out like that, or even something like that. This one's also part of at least 3. Maybe that's it. Yeah, I think this one has to be, uh, no, yes, okay. This one has to be part of, these both have to be part of threes. But then it could be a 4 like that. Okay, never mind. Yeah. We do know that this is the start of one of them, because they start and end on these two lines. This one either, just like that, just like, can't do that, no. In fact, can't do that. Where does this go? Where does this line go? If it went there, it either has to take this one. It could do that, and that could do that. You could even have 4, 4 in here, couldn't you? No, because there's 3 lines, there's 3 lines. If that did that, if that went there, then that would have to do that, and that would have to, no. This one, in order to get out, we have to do something like that or that. And then there's only one cell left over, which is impossible. So if this went there, it would have to go there. And it takes at max one more cell. So either it goes here, and this one is a region sum line ending there, which is not possible because you have to end there. Or it does this, and this is a 1 cell region sum line, which is not possible. Okay, so this one has to go here. And then either it goes here, does that, can't do that, oh, it could do that as well. It could do that, it could do that, or it goes up here and does that, or does that. No, it can't do that. Because then you would have to have 2 as of 8, 6, 9, 5, but then they can't escape. So this one does go here, or there. We do now know though that the lines are adding up to 14. So this one can't be a 3. Because then this would have to be an 8. This one could still be a 3 and that would be an 8. These are no longer 3 at all because of this. There are 5 line segments in this box. If this was 1, then the least that 5 line segment could add up to is 15, which is impossible because this has to add up to 14. If it were 2, then we would be taking 30 total. No, 28 total, sorry. 2 times 14 is 28. If it were 4, 4 times 14 is way too much. It's 16 is 56, which is too much for a Sudoku box, because the Sudoku box adds up to 45. Don't tell anyone. So this one is a 2. One of them is going to be 8, 6, because this one can't be part of the 2 cell. Region sum line there. It would take at least 3. In fact, this one is impossible. This one cannot be region sum line. It would have to do this, and escape either through there or there, and that takes at least 4 cells. And then you have one cell over here that has to add up to 14, which is impossible. So this is not region sum. So you have 2 segments that are going to be a 3-cell segment and a 2-cell segment. One's going to be 8, 6. The other is going to be a 3-cell segment adding up to 14. This just goes in one of those cells. Where can the 2-cell segment go? It can do that. It can do that. It can do that. Maybe that or that. And last it can do this. So it is in the outer edge. Now where does the 3-cell segments take its digits from? Those 3, 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 those 3. Or those 3, or those 3, or those 3, yeah. Those are all possible. Could even be those 3. Okay, that's not doing anything for me. If this were... this one cannot be a 4. None of these can be a 4 now, in fact. So this is a 1-2 pair. These are either 1 or 3. If this one doesn't escape through there, then where does it go? It would do that, and then it has to take one more at least. Then you have a 4 and one of at least size 3, which is impossible. So this one has to escape through there. This is a blue cell, a region sum line cell. One, two, three. Let me see, is 4, 5, 7, or 8. I don't think 8 is possible in this cell. If that were 3. Yeah, if this were 3, and that were an 8, these would all be blue. This one, that's in this corner, would have to do something like that. And it takes at least 5 cells to get out, which is impossible. So this one isn't a 3, this is a 1. This is not an 8. We need cells adding up to 14, and the max amount of cells on one line you can do for that is 4. 5 would be 15 at most. So this is a 4. And the digits, because they can't have a 1 on them, have to be 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's part of it. This is not part of it. Neither of those. This has to take at least 4 cells in the box, so it has to take those 2 at least. It can't take that one, because then it wouldn't be able to escape. It has to take that one. These are all blue, 2, 3, and 5. This is red. This escapes through here. This escapes through here. Also, this, I forgot to say, but this region sum line, besides that these two ends acts as a, well, it acts as a snake clue, because it's going to start here and end here. And snake clues, besides at the end, act like loops, which means that they're able to, if if they're in a cell, they have to take two other cells adjacent to it, which is how I'm getting those. 2, 3, 4, 5 makes this a 7, 8, 9. This is not a 4 anymore. So this can't be a 1. If this were a 1, then this one says it has to have at least 5 cells in the box. And 5 cells in 1 is 15, which is more than 14. So this is a 2, this is a 1. This is at max 4 now. This is a 2 or 4, but it can't be a 4. Otherwise, you would have to have 2, 3, 4, 5, and this would have to be part of the clue, which is not possible, because it's red. This is a 2. That's not 2. There are 2 segments in here. No, there's one segment in here adding to 14. There are 2 cells in here, 1 segment adding to 14, which means it's either 9, 5, or 8, 6, which means none of those are part of the clue. Neither of those. This one has to be part of it, and either it does this or this, so it always comes out like this. Yeah, build your own is always really cool logic. I 100% agree. Two segments adding up to 14 means it's 28, which means the max amount of cells you can have is 7. So this is not 8. 2 in this box goes over here, which means this one does not exit through there. Or there. So this line cannot go here. If it did, it would either exit through there, forcing these two to be 2 cells, adding up to 14, or exit through there, forcing those two to be cells adding up to 14. But this cannot be part of the cell adding up to 14, a segment adding up to 14, because there's a 2 on it. There is no 12 digit in Sudoku, which means this one does go up here, and either does this or that. If it does this, that's not possible. If it did that, then where are you going to get the 2 other segments from? This cell has to take 2 cells. They don't have to do that. And then this cell would have to equal 14. That's not possible. So this one does do that. This now has to do that. Has to go through there. Through there. And either it exits through there or through there. Which means there is a 6 either here or here. Which will be part of this 2 cell segments. This one does do that no matter what. And this one does that no matter what. Which means that's part of it. This is at least a 4. At least a 5, really. Can do that. This is 5, 6, 7, or 9. This is not a 5. It's not a 1 either, because this is at least a 5. It's also not a 4, because that's 56 that we have to add up to. This is 2 or 3. If it were a 3, then that would be an 8. Because it would need to have all of them, except for 1, adding up to 42. So this is a 2. This is at most 7 now, because you have 2 segments of 14 adding up to 28, and 28 and the max amount is 7, because 7 minimally is 28. 8 minimally is 36. This is not a 2 anymore. This cannot be a 4 either. So this is a 1, which means this is at max 4. Since it is a 1, that means that this one's going to join to that one. Which means if this were a 4, it would do that. This would have to be 2, 3, 4, 5. How can this be a 3, though? Huh? Oh, this can be a 2 still. I don't know why I didn't put a 2 in there. I must have mistypoed it. This is 3, 4, 6, 7, 4, 8. Can't be 8, because that can't be a 3. So, if this were a 1, this couldn't be a 2. In fact, this can't be 2 at all because of that. So this one has to go like that. Has to take at least 3 cells. Actually, has to take at least 4 cells now. But this one couldn't be a 2, or a 1 I mean. Because if it were a 1, then this would have to connect to that one. It would be 4 cells, which would have to be 2, 3, 4, 5, adding up to 14. Which first of all can't be possible, because this over here, you'd have 5 of 2, 3, 4, 5 in the row. But also it can't be possible, because this one would have to be a 4, and you would have 2 4s clashing. So this is a 2. That's not a 2, this is a 2 now. This one isn't a 2, this is a 2. These add up to 12, which is either 9, 3, 8, 4, 7, 5, has to be 7, 5. 8, 6 leaves 1, 4, 9 to add up to 14. Two cells add 2 things adding up to 14. And it could be 4, 6, or 7. Can't be a 4 actually. Because this one either gets out like that, and then there needs to be 1 more, making that at least 6. Or this one either gets out like through here, and that one's like that, which is at least a 6. This is at least a 6 both times. If it was a 7, then it would have to contain that cell. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But it would have to contain this as well. With an 8, 9 being missed out, which is impossible. So this has to be a 6. Oh, there's also 5, 7 looking at it, duh. It's always the little things that you don't see. So this either does this. I can't do that. Okay, so this one doesn't join to that one. These are 2 separate segments. Because if this did this, you would only need 2 cells left. And then no matter which way you did it, the other cell would have to add up to 12. So this one either does... Oh, that's the only thing it can do. You have to have 4 and 2. Is the only possible way. You couldn't do like that because it has 5. So it has to do that, and it has to do that in order to make a 4 and 2. These are all red. These are all blue. This is a red as well. Could have a 2 here, and a 3 here, or a 3 here and 2 here. This is a 9, 5, because it can't be 8, 6. This is a 3, that's a 5. This has to add up to 12. Which has to have a 1 in it. And then 11 more. 9, 2, 8, 3, 7, 4, 5, 6. Could be 8, 3, 7, 4. 3, 8, 4, 4, 7. That's not a 7. And these add up to 11 as well. They're either 8, 3 or 7, 4. It can't be 8, 3 though. This has to be 7, 4. Making this have to be 8, 3. 138 over there. If this were the 2 cell, then it would have to be 8-6. It's possible. If this were the 2 cell, then that would have to be 8-6, which is also possible. So either this is a 6 or that's a 6. Oh, excuse me. This one's always taken. Either you have 2 here, and then the 3 goes there, or 3 there, and 2 goes there. Also, 8 is one of those 3 cells, so that's not an 8 by X-ray logic, and also because where is the 8 in this row? In fact, this 7 is looking at that, so this is a 7. This one is a 3. This is 1, 6, 7, 8. And this is 1, 8, 9, 4. 1, 4, 8, 9. If this went this way, that was an 8, 6. Also, these are not 8s. That was an 8, 6. This would be 1, 4, 9, which is 14, so that works. If instead this went this way, that was an 8, 6, then how would this be made up? If it couldn't go that way, because that would have to have a 1, 4, 9 to complete it. If it went this way, 8, 6 makes that a 1, 7 pair. 1, 7's 8 needs 6 more, which is not possible. Okay, so it has to do this. This is a 6, 8. This is a 1, 4, 9. This is a 1, 7, I mean. These are blue. This is yellow. That's a 1. It's 3, 8 pair. This is blue as well. Two, three, four. This is 5, 7, 8, or 9. This is 8, 6 because it's looking at a 5. So that's a 9. That's an 8. This is not an 8. There's that. 2, 3. 5, 9 goes in those 3 cells. 2 in this box goes there. So let's choose looking into it. 3 is one of those 3 cells. If this were 3, then everything but that cell is part of the region sum line, which means that would do that. And then you could have like 2 and 3 would work, or 2 and 3. This would have to be an 8, 4, so that is pretty forcing. Why can't it be a 1? If it were a 1, it would either do that or that, because it can't take more than 4 cells. If it did that, it wouldn't work. If it did... so this one always does that. Either this is a 1, and this joins like that. it wouldn't be able to join like that because 2 plus 1 is 3 plus another 11. 11 doesn't exist in Sudoku. We have to do that. If this were a 3, then every cell except for that one has to be part of the loop. And this one would have to do that because this is a corner and it'd have to join 2 cells. So this always does that. Which makes this one have to do that because those two can't close the loop. That one has to do that. This is an 8, 6. This is 1, 4, 9. That's a 9, that's a 5, that's a 4, it's a 7. This is 3, 6, or 8. And this one now has to add up to 12. Well, it can't be 9, 3. It can't be 7, 5, so it has to be 8, 4. This isn't a 4. If this were a 3, those two would be joined, those two would be joined. One of them would have to go there. But the 2 would have to be 9, 5, whatever it was. Three in this goes here, that box. This is not a 3. 1 in this box goes over here with a 5 or a 7. This can either be 3, 4, 8, or 9. Where does this go? There's 2 segments here. If this were a 7, then you would have two cells not on there. That up to 17, 8, and 9. One of them would have to be that cell. The other one could be here, or one of those 2 cells. If that were the 8, then that would do that. Ah, yeah, it's not possible. That one couldn't be an 8 if this were a 7. It would have this would have to be 8, 9. And then this could do that, or that, any one of those, really. But this one would have to do that. Yeah, this one would have to do that. Then it would have to join to that one. And then escape, and then that would be part of that. It's not possible, though. 14 isn't even. This would be 1. 1 plus 6 plus 8, yeah. No. This would have to be 6. This would have to be 8, so that would be 1 and 7. Yeah. 13 plus 1 is 14. That does work. So then why isn't this a 5 then? Because it has to take at least 6 cells. If this only took 5 cells, then really it has to be this one to connect all of them. But then that takes at least 1 more. So this one is a 7. You have to have 8, 9. This one cannot be the 8s with the 9 somewhere over there. Or can it? Either this is an 8, and this does this, with that doing that. or 8's up here with 9. And this does this without doing that. So that always does that. And that one always goes to this like that. This one is a 6, 7, 1. Let's make 14. This is a 5. This is not 8 or 9. This is not 6. 2, 5, 7 needs 7 more, which is a 3, 4. Could work there or there. This one is definitely not on the loop or on the region sum line. That's 8 or 9. These are both loop cells. This one has to escape like that now. So this is a 3 now. So that does that, does that. One of those is a 9, 5. And escapes through one of those. This isn't a 3. 9, 5 with what? This 9, 5 leaves 1, 6, 7 to add up to 14. Now 7 is looking at all those cells. So this one has to be the 1, 6, 7. This is the 9, 5. 5, 9. This one can't close in on itself, has to go there. This could still be 5 if it did this and that. This one does go there. This is not a 9. 5 is one of those two. Where does 6 go in this row? Can't go in any of those cells. Can't go here because the 6, 8 pair over here, so this one is the 6 over here. This could still be a 7 if it did that and that. And that'd be an 8, 9. 8, in fact, does go here. Sudoku. 2 is right in there. This is not a 3 anymore, this is a 3. 2 is one of those 3 cells. 6 is one of those 2 cells. 1 is one of those 2 cells. That's not a 1 anymore. This is a 5, that's a 7. That's no longer a 7. This is a 5, 9 pair, so that's not a 9. This is 1 or 4. This is 1, 4 or 7. This is 4 or 9. If this joined to here, this can't be a 5. So if it was, then this would join to here. This would have to escape like that. But then those two could not add up to 14. Could be a 9, 5 or 8, 6. So this one is a 7, which means these are part of the loop. This does that now. This is not part of the loop. Neither is that one. And this has to go there, this has to go there. That's a 5, that's a 9, that's a 4, that's a 1, 9, 1, 4. And those all add up to 14. This is a 5, that's a 9. This is a 4, 5 pair. This is a 9. This is a 6, 7, 8. Triple. This is at least 4. This is not a 3. This is a 3. Because if it was just 3, then you already have all the things there, everything else is blocked off, and then you have a bunch of ends. This one has to be an end segment, which is not possible. This is a 4, therefore this is a 3, that's part of the line. This is not, that's an 8, that's a 9, 8, 3. This one goes here. This is a 5, that's a 4, 6. Not 5, this is a 5. Where does this loop go? Where's that connected to? This is the start of the loop. That's the middle. Yeah, it could still take a lot of cells. This takes at least 3 cells, at least 4 cells. It can't be 4 or 5, it has to be 6, 7, or 8. Down to 7. 6 or 8 cells, but it can't be 8 because that's 3. So this has to be 6. And the 3 that are not on the loop could really be anything. This is a 1 though, this is a 4. This is 4, this is 7 or 8. This is 8, 7, 8. That is not part of the loop, this goes here and here. This one can't close in on itself, so let's go there. And this cannot, has to take at most 1 more cell. So it has to do that and that. That's forced. That is not a loop, this one goes there. And that is the completed loop. Goes from start to end. Nice. This is 5, has to add up to a 9. This is 1 and 7. That's a 9, that's a 1, 1, 7, 7, 6, 6, 8, 8, 4. Nice. Nice one. Glowworms. Place the digits 0 through 9 so that no digit repeats within a row, column, or 3x3 box. The leftmost column, uppermost row, and every 3x3 box will have exactly 1 digit omitted. The remaining rows and columns will contain all 10 digits once each. Gotcha. Okay. Within the main 9x9 grid, cells are either wall, shaded, or cave, unshaded cells. Walls are orthogonally connected to the edge of the main grid, and the cave is one orthogonally connected area. Circles are cave cells. The digit in a circle equals the amount of cave cells seen in that row and column, including itself. Walls obstruct vision. Digits outside the main grid give the amount of wall cells in that row or column. Okay. Adjacent digits on a green line differ by 5 or more. Okay. So you have German whispers and cave, as well as an extra region out here. The numbers 0 to 9, except for up here. And these count the amount of wall cells that it sees. So if this were a 5, then there would be 5 wall cells somewhere in that column. They don't have to be connected, right? Yeah, they don't have to be connected, so you could just have like 5 like that. And these count the number of walls, cave cells that they see. So if this were a 9, then you could have like 9 cave cells over here that it sees. And this one will not be a cave cell, and that'd be a 0. Because there are 0 wall cells in that column, in that row. Okay, let's get into it. Let's shade all of these green, which is unshaded. Color all those green for walls, for cave cells that are unshaded. And what else? This is interesting to me. These have to be 5 difference. I see. That's for common reference. These have to be 5 apart, at least. So if this were 4, there'd be 4 digits over here that are wall. 5 digits remaining that are but this you could have wall here, and then this would be like that. We'll just see 3. Then you could have like 6 up there. Okay, so but this entire thing, what could it be? These are one shading. This is the other for either high or low. 4 and 4. So 0 through 4 and 5 through 9 are lows and highs in this puzzle. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This one sees at least 1. Actually, it sees at least 2. But it could see much more than that, and this could be low. These are... Let's forget about shading for now. And let's do what these digits, what polarity these could be on the line. Okay. So are there any that are more than 5? Well, they're both 4 and 4. This is either 4 or 3. If this were the same as that, then that would have to be the opposite. One of these, in fact, is the opposite of the other 2 that are the same. These all couldn't be the same. Those you'd have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of lower highs in that row. There's only 5 lows and highs in any given row. Where do I start with this one? perhaps I do have to start with shading logic. Tick tock, tick tock. If there was a 5 or 4 on this line, it would have to go here. Of the blues. And the 5's there. Nine. That's it. Okay. I think this is where we start. Which of these could be 9? And I don't think it could be any of these. Same for these. Also, is there anything but 2 by 2's? No, you can have 2 by 2's in this wall or cave. Okay. But still, these ones cannot be a 9. The reason why is, say this is a 9, and these are all wall cells. Then you cannot have a cave on both sides of this wall, because it wouldn't be able to get to the other one. And there's no cave or walls on the edge of the grid, because the cave and walls are only within the 9 by 9 grid. So those are either wall shaded or cave shaded within the 9 by 9. Yeah. So if if you need to do a puzzle, you should do a puzzle. So these can have two sides, a cave on both sides of this wall, which means that one of this would be entirely wall. But then, no matter where this wall cell is, that would mean that there's a second 9 over in this one of these rows, counting the amount of walls there. Even if you had one like over here, a 9 over here, then either all of these are walls, if there's a cave cell over here. In fact, what I can just say is that if there's a wall here, these are less than 9, which means there is at least one cave cell on both sides of these walls, and those cave cells could never get to the other one, orthogonally connect to the other one, without isolating the grid, which is not possible. So none of these can be 9, and none of those can be 9. If there is a 9 in any of these cells, it has to be in the corners. I'll just note that like that. This means that 4 cannot be anywhere on this line. Thank you. It was a fun puzzle. Because if 4 was anywhere over here, then it would have to see a 9 somewhere on the line over here. Same for those. If it was anywhere on this line, it would have to see a 9 somewhere on the line. And it couldn't be here, because there'd be a 9 there. Yes, that's possible. But then there'd also be a 9 here, which those two see each other. And also there's a 9 over here. So if 4 is in this column, it has to be here. And if it's not, then it's not there. But what this does mean is that whichever one of these is low has to be 1, 2, and 3. 0, 1, 2, and 3. If that's a 9, there's a 4 there. Well, not really, but if that's a 9, there is no 4 in this column. So then the rest of the digits on the line would be 0, 1, 2, 3, and 5, 6, 7, 8. With 5 having to go there or there, and 0 having to go there or there. There is going to be a 0 in this column somewhere on this German Whisper line. And wherever it goes, it means all of the cells it's looking at are cave. And is that possible with these circles? That would be a 9 if that were the case. Oh wait, it doesn't go there, because it goes one of those cells. That would be a 9 if that were the case. So same for that one, that one, that one, that one, or that one. And there it works. And the only two places where it does not necessarily it doesn't interact with the circle is these two. So what I'm thinking, then, is that there has to be something about these that breaks. If it's a 0, if these are 9. There would definitely be a wall on both sides of them. Or one side of them, depending on which one you take. So what's wrong with that? Why can't they be wall cells? Not sure. Oh, wait a minute. There can't be a 9 in any of those. Because these are all cave. So there's only two places where it could be a 9. Either there or there. And those would be on the line. And there would be cave cells on either side of it that couldn't get to each other. So there is no 9 in that column. There's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Which means there is no 4 on this line. The 4 has to go here. There is 4 shaded cells somewhere over there. And now 5 and 3 are the monogamous digits on this line, which have to go there and there. This is 0 and 8. Then we have, what, 2 and 6? Yep. Which see 7 and 1. One of these is a 0 now, the other one an 8. So either all of these are cave, and that's a 9. Or, sorry, yeah, either all of these are cave, and that's a 9, or all of these are wall, and this one has to get out somewhere over there. This can't be a 9. This one could be a 9. No, it cannot. There is a 0 over here somewhere, which means one of them has all cave cells, and which means cave is either that, there's either a cave here or there, no matter what. And that would count all of them being wall cells, which would break that cave cell. So there is no 9 there either. If this were a 6, that would be at most a 1. But then all of those would be cave cells. And then it's separated, so all of those would be wall cells, and this would be separated from all of its friends, all of its cave cell friends, which is not possible. So this has to be a 2. 1, 0, 3, 8, 7, 6, 5. So now these are all cave. These are shaded. This is 1 or 0. These are all wall. Has to get out somewhere. This is a 9 now. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. And we can make all of these 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. These are all 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. This is not a 4 or a 1, because he's a 1 over here. This could be a 4. This can't be a 5 because it sees 2 over here. This also can't be a 0. This is not a 6 now. This isn't a 6 or a 5 because this can't be 0. This is not a 2, it's not a 7. Where's the 0? Up here. Because there's no 9 in this row. Because then it would break one of these cells. So where's the 0? 0 can't be anywhere where there is wall cells. So it can't be in any of those rows, any of those columns. So it has to be here. This is a 0. These are all cave. This has to escape somehow, so it goes there. This is a 9. This is not a 0, so this is not a 5. This is 7, 8, or 9. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. This counts 3 wall cells. So this one cannot be cave. Those would take all of those to get out, and it'll only be 2. So that is wall. This is 7 wall cells, so those are all wall. This one has to get out, so it goes there. And there we go, this is a 2 by 2, so there's no need for a 2 by 2 rule. This one, these 2 can't be cave anymore. Otherwise, even if this one did that, there would be only one wall cell over here. So these are both wall, these are both cave. This has to be 7 now. Yep. This is 0, 1, 2, or 2. This one is always cave. And this sees 6 cells. And either all 3 of these are cave or wall, or these 3, or these 3. This sees at least 3 right now, and I can see at most 4, 6, 7, 8. So 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, not 7. There's only 1 cave cell over here. the rest would be... Sorry, there's only one wall cell over here, the rest would be cave. This one cannot be a cave. Because if this were a cave, then in order to... The rest would be... Sorry, this one can't be wall, because if this were a wall, the rest of these would be cave. And then the wall has to hit the edge of the grid somehow. So it would have to go over here, and then this cave segment is corned off. So this is a cave. This is at least 4 now. And it can either be 4, 6, or 8. Also, we can say generally that there cannot exist a checkerboard pattern in a cave grid. The reason why is because, say for example, you had 2 of these being cave and 2 of these being wall, they both have to hit the edge of the grid somehow. And no matter which way they do it, this one would never be able to get to that cave cell, because it wouldn't be able to go around the grid to go past those 2 wall cells. Silver and gold, silver and gold. Excuse me. If 1 is there or there, and this is 8 or 9, if 1's there, it's a 7 or 8, 9, 7, 8, 9. There, it's at least a 3. I mean, yeah. So, that's not really restricted. Excuse me. Excuse me again. These cave cells have to hit the edge over here, one of these 3, and this one has to hit the edge over one of those 2. Where does the 8 go in this row? Can't go here because it's these 2. Can't go here because that's these 2 cave cells. 3, more than 1, more than 1, more than 1. So it's in one of those 2. One of those 2 is an 8. How about 7? Oops, today's don't do that. Or how about 1? This is more than 1. This, more than 1, 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 more than 1. So it has to be that one. That one has to be the 1. So these are all cave. This one is now an 8. This is not an 8. That's not an 8. Where's 2? Could be really any of those. Oh, this is a 1, so that's not a 1. This is not an 8. What's this? If it were low, it would be 3. Could be anything more than that. Could be a 4. If it were high, it could be a lot of things. So can this be a 3? That would be an 8. Yeah, that could work. There's a lot of options for this line. Silver and gold. Seven can't go here. Could go there. Can't go here. It's 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Can't go there. 1, 2, 3. Can't go there. Could go in those. So 7 is one of these three. If this were high, it would be 7 and 6, or 7. It couldn't be 5 because these two see each other. These have to be monogamous digits. So it'd be 7 and 6, with 1, 2, and 0 being the options over here. 0, 1, 1, 2, 0, 1, 2. Possible. Yes. One of these is an 8, which means one of those is going to have all of these be wall cells. Surely it's not this. No, it can't be. But it's one of those ones. And that means that the one shaded cell over here is one of those two. So all of these are cave. This is 7, 8, or 9. Either this is shaded and this is 7 or 9, or this is shaded and this is 8. This cannot be 7 anymore. 1, 2, 3 cells that are unshaded. I don't think it could ever be 7, but yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. It's more than more. 1, 2, 3, 1. These are 7 and 8s. A 7, 8 pair. Which means only one of... this one has to be shaded. So that has to get out. Also, this one being unshaded is what made that not be 7. Only one more of these is unshaded. Which means either it's... well... this one... that one. If this were unshaded, all these would be shaded. If that were all of those. If any of those were unshaded, it couldn't be that one. This one couldn't be cave, otherwise that would be stuck by itself and couldn't get to the edge of the grid. This one is the same thing. These couldn't get to the edge of the grid. So the last cave cell, either that one, or that one. Only one more of these is cave. And whichever one it is, either that one, which makes this one be the 7, or that one, which makes that one be the 7. But either way, these are all wall cells. This is now a cave. And the last one's either there or there for the wall. That means this also has to be a wall. So 2 more wall cells in this thing. If this were a 3, then both of these would be wall, as well as that one. Which would make that a wall. These would all be cave, and this would have to go up here. And then you have more than 6 shaded cells in this area, in this row. So yeah, this one can't be there. This one has to be high. 5, 6, 7, 8, or 9. Same for all of these. So these are 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is not a 5 because it sees 2 of these. These are not 5 or 9 actually. This isn't a 5 because it sees 2 of those. Both of them have to be 0. This cannot be a 4 or a 3 because it cannot see a 9. This one can't be a 4, but it could be a 3. See an 8 and there and a 9 there. This one can't be a 4 because that can't be a 9. But it could be a 3 with a 9 and 8s. This one now is either a 7 or an 8. This one cannot be the green cell because it couldn't get out. So this is cave. This is wall. That's 8, that's 7. These are no longer 7. This is an 8. That's not. But now, brown cow. Where does 6 go in this row? Can't go there. Can't go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Can't go there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 could go there. It's one of those two. What's this? 1, 2, at max 4. It's 2, 3, or 4. So these are all low digits. 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. These are all high. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. These are not 6. This is not a 9. These are not 8. These are not 7. This is not an 8. This is not a 5 because it sees 2 cells. Same for that one. Same for that one. This is not a 4 because it would see a 9 over here. Same for the 4s, same for the 4s, same for that 4 because it would see 2 9s. What does that mean? Why wouldn't reference be able to solve? 'Cause 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 Oh, I see. If this were shaded, these would be shaded. These would all be unshaded. Just have to go down there and escape. It's right at the edge of the grid over here. One, two, three, four, five. That was the 5. And that would have to go there. That could still work. Hmm. One, two, three, four. This is at most 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. This is at most 5. 1, 2, 3. In fact, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is right. C is 4. So it's 4 or 5. 1, 2, 3. This is at most 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. Same for this one. 3, 4, 5, 6. Decent. The shade. Let's see, what am I missing? Three is over there. That'd be a 5. That'd be a 0. Still works. There's probably something looking into the grid that I just don't see. Or some sort of interaction on the lines that I'm not seeing. This is not a 0. Oh, there we go. This 0 is looking at that. So that's not a 5. Which means that this one cannot be shaded. If this were cave, then this one sees at most 5 in this row because there are 4 wall cells. But it cannot. It needs to see more. It has to go up here. That's something at least. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, possibly. 8, 9, possibly. If this were cave, and these were all shaded, that would just against the edge of the grid somehow. Either there or there. It doesn't really matter. Can have something like that. That could work too. 6, 7, 8, 9 is a pair. So we're left with 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is not a 5. One of those two has to be a 5. Hmm. If this goes here, that's a 3. If this goes here, that's a 2. If that's a 9, that's 6, 5, 0, 1. Hmm. 8 is one of those two. Ah, yeah. Where does 8 go in this column? Can't go there because one of those two 8s. Can't go there because that 8. Can't go there or there, so it has to go here. This is an 8. Because 7 isn't in any of these cells, it has to go in those two boxes. 7 can't be here because that's 2, 7, 8, 9. So one of these is a 7, which makes that a 9. This is no longer a 9. That is one of those two. This is not a 3 anymore now. It's 1 or 2. 7 in this box can go in any of those. 8 either goes in one of those two or that one. 8 in this box goes here, because there are no 8s over here. 9 in this box goes over here. The 9's over here. Da, 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 yeah, da. Just mark this as 9. Six goes in one of those three cells, can't go there because 6.89 is looking at it. So one of those is 6. If any of those are a 6, that's a 6, that's a 7, that's a 9. So that'd be 6, 5. Oh, so this can't be a 6. If this were a 6, that'd be a 6, that'd be a 7, that'd be a 9, and then there's a 6, 9 pair looking at that. It's impossible. This can't be a 3 or a 2, because it's looking at least one of 5 or 6. This can't be a 3 anymore, because doesn't see 8 and 9. Either these two are shaded, or these two are shaded. Based on whichever one's a 6. Which means there would only be one more shaded cell in that row. If this is cave, you kind of join like that, like that. Is that it? If this were a cave, which, if that were a 4, and this were a cave, you can either go this way, making all those shaded, make that that way, that way. Just make that a 5-6 pair. Because we have 2. Maybe that's it. If this were a 2, this would all be cave. It would make those wall, those wall. That can't be a 2. Yeah, if this were a 2, that would make all of those cave cells. So this has to complete with those. That's 5 wall cells. But then, no, that works. Never mind. Moron. Hmm. That'd be a 7. What if it's a 5 instead? If that's a 5, that's a 4. Green goes that way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That would do that. That would do that. That'll work. This puzzle isn't far off from finishing. I just have to figure out what it is I have to do. What works, what doesn't work? This is 6, it does that. This is 0 or 1. It's very unhelpful. That's a 2, that's a 3. Ay, 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 ay. One of those is an 8. That's something. Seven goes in one of those three. Same for 6. In fact, this is a 6 or 7, because this one has to be an 8. 6 or 7 is looking down here. It's also looking down here. So that is 6 or 7. This has to have a 5, 6, 7, and one thing from 1, 2, 3, 4. Who would have thought that it was the Sudoku that would be the hard part of this puzzle? This one's missing a 1, 0, 1, 2, or 3. Where does 5 go? 5 doesn't go there, 5 has to go here. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. If this were 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, you could only see one more. Or it could just see 7. 5 is in one of those cells. Do excuse me. This is a 6. It's a 9 and a 5. All those are shaded. One, if it were in this box, would go here. One is definitely in this box, so it goes in one of those cells. Also definitely in this box, so it goes in one of those cells. Ah, yes. One's in this box, because there's one is in every box in this row, because it's not out here. Same for this. Therefore, one's not in this box. And I think we could do the same type of trick for everything. 7 and 7, meaning that there's not a 7 in here. There's a 7 in these boxes. This is the only box without a 7. Yeah, we can do that. This does not contain a 7. This does not contain a 0. One, two, three, and 4. Yeah. This does not contain a 1. This does not contain an 8. So the 8 is up here somewhere. This contains an 8. 8 is over here somewhere. Nine is in every box. Two is in this one, and it cannot go in either that one or that one, depending on where the 2 is. Six either doesn't go here or here. Five is empty in one of those boxes. 4 in one of those boxes. 3 is not contained in either this box, or that box. 2, 1, yeah, 0. Zero is one of those. 9, 8, 5, 6, 7 with 1, 2, 3, 4. With 2, 3, 4. I really pencil marking them. This is 0, 2, 3, 4. That is worth pencil marking. Whatever this is, 2 or 3, doesn't go in this box. Hello, welcome to stream. Maybe if something were placed somewhere, I'd be able to rule out the outside grid. It's a 6, at least. I know that. True, you're talking way too much. You gotta get those numbers down. If this were a 6 and that were a 1, that were a 2. I'm not seeing how that breaks. Probably does not. Oh, by the way, Ratfinks, was Marius Seal's Rat Run puzzles based on you? This puzzle's breaking me. 9 goes in one of those 2 cells. Can we not have people being rude in the chat, please? Well, I'm sure it's an honor to have that because those puzzles are really good. And that's really cool. That's based on you. Gotcha. Nice. That's really cool to see. Where's 6, 7, 8, and 9? 6, 7, 8 in this row. Eight's one of those two. And 6 or 7 can really go in either of these. I think the last rat round puzzle I did was from last season, I think. I need to catch up on those. I have no idea where to look next to this puzzle. What interaction breaks these lines? If that were 3, that'd be 8, 9. If that were an 8, that'd be a 6, 0, 1. This isn't a 5-star puzzle for nothing. The beginning was a really fun thing to see. But now I'm just stuck. It's none of these. These are all done. All the circles are done, except for this one. If this were an 8. If that were an 8 and that were an 8. Or just that one. If this were an 8, then we would have to take those. The max you can see in this row is 5. 6, 7. You'd have to take those. So then you have 5 over here. That'd be a 2. The 0 there. Then you would have 2 more here, and you'd need 1 more cell. Wherever you got that 1 more cell, it would have shades on both sides of it. Could be there. Which should make this one unshaded. Which would have to go up there. Those would all be forced to be shaded. This would be a 6th then. Making those two shaded. And that would be shaded. Six, 2. This is 3, 4, and 5. Seven. Not really seeing if that breaks. That's what that would be. That would be the completed grid. If that were an 8. all of these touch the edge of the grid, and all of these are connected to each other. Does that break? Three, four, five, six, two. I do not see that breaking anywhere. Wow. By five or more. That's a 7. This is 0, 1, 2, triple in the row. 7, 6 there. Six would go there. You would need a 5 and a 4 and a 3. A 5, 4, 3. The 3 would go there. It is a very interesting puzzle. Yeah, I don't see that breaking. I don't see that breaking. I don't see this 7 being breaking either. If this were a 6, then now we're at 9, 7. 0, 1, 2. Makes that a 7. You have 5, 4, 3, and 6 to go in the row. 6, 3, 4, 5. All seem to work. So, why can this be a 3? That's a 3, this is an 8. That would be an 8, that would be a 6. 0, 1. Ugh. I am confuzzled. I have quite possibly been bamboozled. Seven and that goes there. This were a 2. This were a 5. this were a 6, and all of these were shaded? Only one more of these could be shaded. This would be unshaded over here. So one of those. Yep, everything's correct. All the digits I have entered is correct. I have no idea. Maybe there's something in the rules that I left out. No digit repeats. Every group of areas will have exactly one digit omitted. Within the main 9x9 grid, cells are either wall shaded or cave unshaded. Walls are orthogonally connected to the edges of the main grid, and the cave is one orthogonally connected area. Circles are cave cells. The digit in a circle equals the amount of cave cells seen in that row and column, including itself. Walls obstruct vision. Digits outside the main grid give the amount of wall cells in that row and column. Wall/column. Adjacent digits on the green line differ by 5 or more. Yeah, there's nothing I'm missing in the rules. I've put all the available candidates on these during whisper lines. That's a 7. That'd be 1, 2. One of those would be a 6, and that'd be a 1, so that'd be a 2. Maybe that's it. If this contains a 6, that's a 1. And that'd be a 2. If this contains a 7, that'd be a 6, that'd be a 1. And that'd be a 2. So this is always a 1, 2 pair. No, 1 or 2 is always in this row. So this is never 2. That's something. And one of these is always a 2. Either because this is a 6, with that being 1, and that being a 7, that being a 2. Or this is a 7, with that being a 9, 6, 1, and 2. So one of this is always a 2, this is never a 2. That's something. This is never a 2. Oh, math, what are you doing to me? If that's a 6, it's a 0, that's a 1. This could be a 2. If that was 7, that's an 8. Aw, this can't be a 2. Because if this were a 2, that'd be a 7. That'd be an 8. In order for them to be apart. In order for them to be a valid distance apart from 2. But if that's a 7, that's a 9, that's a 6, that's a 1, then that cell sees both 1 and 2 in its row and column. And it's broken. So this one cannot be a 2. That's something small. That is something. If this were a 1, that would be a 7. Because that'd be a 2. Otherwise, this is a 0. And there's far less constraints on that. If this is a 1, that's a 0. Makes that a 7. Hmm. Mhm. What happens if any one of these are a 9? That's a 9, that's a 6 and a 5, making that a 0 and that a 1. That's a 9. That's a 5 and a 7, making that a 0. And that is 0, 1, 2 pair. If this is a 9, that's a 7. That's 6. Making that a 6. If this is a 9, that's a 7, that's a 6. That's broken. There we go. That's something. This one cannot be a 9. Because if that were a 9, that'd be a 6, that'd be a 7. And then where does 6 and 7 go in this row? Can't go there, can't go there. It can't go there. Have to both be in that cell. And though there are 0 through 9, there is no Schrodinger cell in this puzzle. So this one is a 5, which means this one is a 0. This is not a 0. One of these is indeed a 9 now. We know that much. This is no longer a 0. This is not a 5, so this is a 5. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. It's not a 2. 0, 1, 3, or 4. This is not a 3 anymore, because one of these is a 7 or a 6. If this were a 3, that'd be a 9 and a 6. 1 there. That'd be a 2. There's a 0 there. That would be 7 or 8. Not seeing though why that breaks, if it does. If this were a 2, that would be a 9 and a 7. Okay. Not interesting. 5 either goes here, or goes in one of those two. If this were a 6, then that would be a 5. Otherwise, if this were a 6, then 5 could still go anywhere. This is not a 9. One of those two is a 9. This is 6 or 7. The other 6 or 7 goes in one of those two cells, with the pair being over here. So there is 6, 7, and 9 in this box, as well as a 5. There's no 8 in the box. So the rest of these cells are 1, 2, 3, 4, because this can't be a 0. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. This is not a 3. That's not a 2. One of these is 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. This does not form anything yet. One of these is a 5. The other is 0, 1, 2, 3, or 4. If this were high, it would be 5 or 9. Otherwise, it's between 1 through 4. For this one, it would be 6 or 8. 5 definitely goes in one of these two cells in that box. 7 has to go in this box. No, 7 does not go in that box, in fact. Because there's two 7s here. Melody, so. This is a 1, and that's a 2. That makes that a 7, and then an 8. This is a 0. This is the one that's a 0. Then one of those is a 6. This is a 6, 8 pair. This is going to be a 2-hour solve. Nothing new for a MathPesto puzzle. That goes here or there. Can I believe you have 5? If this is a 5, and that's a 6, that's a 4. This is green. That'd be 6, all those be shaded. Just have to go out through this way. And that'd be shaded. So all those be shaded. Not necessarily. No. In fact, one of those is not shaded. 1, 2, 3, 4. In fact, this one is unshaded. So those would both be shaded, yeah. That would be unshaded. One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7. This would be shaded. So that'd be 3, that'd be 2. That'd be shaded. Why does that not work? Wa. Kenkai desu. Oh, this isn't a 5. That's something. Because I can't see a 4. So this is a 5. This is not a 5. If either of these is a 6, then that's a 1. Making that a 0. Making that a 0 as well. Otherwise, this would be 8, 9. Something's telling me that this can't be an 8, 9 for some reason, but I have no idea why. One of those is a 9. Any one of these is a 9. This could be a 6, 7, this could be a 6, 8. This could be a 6, 7, this could be a 6, 8. 7 is in one of those two cells. 6 could be in any of those cells. Zero, 1. If this is a 2, that's a 2. That's a 3. That's 4. Couldn't there be a 1? That's a 7, that's a 2. If that's a 6, that's a 1. So this is never a 1. That's something. And this is always a 1. So this is a 0. There we go. That's something. There's a 0 here. 0 goes in one of those 3 cells. This is not a 0. 0 goes in one of those 2 cells. Excuse me. If this were a 6, then 6 couldn't be in this thing. That's it! That's it! Oh my god, that's it! There's only one missing number per box. This one contains a 0. I'm just going to do them pay for now. This one contains the 1. This one contains the 7. This one contains the 8s. The rest are going to have to contain one of the digits from 2 through 6. So where does 6 go? It can't be here. Otherwise, these 6s would look into this one, and this would be both 7 and 6 missing from it. Oh, it was that easy! Which means that the 6 is over here. Wow. Which means all of these are shaded. Wow. Well, that's one digit placed. Now what? This is done. So is this one, that one, and that one. So all we have left is 2, 3, 4, and 5. This is a 2 or a 3. This one has to be a 2 or a 3 as well. This one has to be a 4 or a 5. So this one is 4 or 5. This one's 2 or 3. whichever one of these is the sixth wall cell in this row, will be the third wall cell in that column. Thus, these are either 2 or 3, and the rest of these are cave, which means this one is wall. Only one more of these is going to be cave. So this one sees 5 over here, 6 and 7. It cannot take one more, otherwise this would be 8 and 9. But this one's not a 9. So this has to be a 7. This has to be wall. This one has to be cave. This is 3, this is 2. Oops. This seeds all the wall cells, so this one is cave. 1, 2, 3, 4. And whichever one of these is the last one, we'll have to decide later. But 4 and 5 is over here, so one of these is a 4 or 5. So wherever 5 is placed, we'll know which of these is disambiguated. So now this one is a 9. This is a 6, this is an 8, this is a 6, this is a 1, this is a 9. This is a 6, this is a 1, this is a 2. This is a 3, 4 pair, so this is a 1. These are not 1, these are not 3s. 0, 2, 4, this one's a 4. This is not a 4 anymore. Thank you. Once I saw it, give me a second! Sorry, my voice called me. What? Once I'm done with this, I'll go there. This is 0, 2, 6, 7. This is not a 2. This is a 3, because it sees a 1. 2, 4. This is not a 9, so this is a 9. This is 1, 2, 4, 8. This one's not 1 or 2. This is an 8. Whoops. But that was just a typo. This is not an 8 anymore. Nine goes in one of those 3 cells, one of those 2 cells. This is a 0 now, so this is a 2. These are no longer 2s. This is not a 0 anymore. This is a 0. This is not a 0. This is a 1. This is a 0. This is a 0 now. This 2, 3, 4, and 6 to go in here. This is not a 6. One of those two is a 6, and it's not that one. So that's a 6. 6 is one of those two. This is not 1 or 2. One of those, this is not a 1, so this one is a 1. This is not a 1 anymore. This is not a 0, so that's a 0. 2 goes here. Then we have a 4, 6, and 7 to go in this row. That's not 6. 4 is one of those two. This is not a 0. 4, 6, this is a 7. This is a 0. This is a 6. This is a 6. This is a 9. This is 3 and 5. Then we have 1 with your 4 over here. This is a 9, this is an 8. That's an 8. This is a 9. This the only things left in this row are 2, 5, 7. That's not a 7. 2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. Without the 4, 5, and 7, it's just 2 or 3. This is 2, 3, 4, or 7. Not a 2. This is 3, 4, or 7. Three, 4, 7, 8, 6. 6 is one of those two, which is means just that one. This is 3, 4, 7, or 8, not a 7. So 7 has to go here. 7 goes there, that's a 4, that's a 4. These are no longer 4s, this one is a 5, this is a 4. So this one is shaded, this one's unshaded, and there we go, we're done with the caves, cells, and wall cells. 5 now can't go here, so 5 goes in one of those two cells, which means it goes in one of those two cells. 1 goes in one of those two cells. This is 2, 3, or 7. Can't be a 4. One of those two is a 4. So none of those are 4s. This is 1, 3, or 5. What else we got here? This is 2, 3, 4, and 8. So that's 2 and 3. This is not 2 anymore. This is a 4, 8 pair. This is a 2, this is a 3, this is a 2. This is 4 or 8. 4 actually sees this. This is a 4. In fact, let's undo that because I just went wrong there. This one's a 4, this is a 2, this is a 3, this is an 8. That's an 8. The only two left in this row are 1 and 2. This is a 5, that's a 7. This is 3, 5, 1. This one is a 4. Yes, 4, 1. 1, 2. That's not a 2. This one is a 2. It's a 3. We have 3, 5, and 7 to go in this box. Yep. So this is 3, 5. This is 3, 5, 7. And we just have a little bit of stuff to do. This is 3, 5. This is a 2. This is a 3. This is a 7. This is a 4. This is a 4, 3. 5, 7. 5, 3, 2, 3. There we go. Almost 2 hours. And it's all because of that one deduction I just forgot to make. Wow. Thank you very much. That was quite the puzzle to solve. I cannot believe that I did not see that earlier. It would have been so much better of a watch if I did. sometimes, sometimes I understand Simon and Mark whenever they say that, sorry if you saw that before I did. The funny thing is because before I had said that they had to have one out of it each. So I should have been able to tell that. Nah, definitely. Sometimes you can be staring at a grid for so long, and then it suddenly comes to you. I have no idea how Simon is able to, when he does hard puzzles, is able to always commentate over everything. Because when I was stuck, I was basically corpsing. Okay, I'm gonna be right back for 1 second, because my brother called me, and he might be leaving soon. So if we're leaving, I will come back and end the stream, but if not, I'll probably be able to do one or two more puzzles. So be right back. Okay, I can do one more puzzle, then I have to go downstairs and eat, and then after that, we're going to the gym. Alright, next one is Kaboom. Actually, hold on, what, what, what's the rating on this one? 4-star puzzle. Okay, let's do going underground instead. Going underground. Normal Sudoku rules apply. Negators. There is exactly one negator cell in each row, column, and box. Digits in a negator cell have their opposite value, e.g., 2 becomes negative 2. A digit may be negated once, more than once, or not at all. Region sum line. Values on the blue line have the same sum in each box the line is in. Skyscrapers. Values in the grid represent heights, with negators being underground. Numbers outside the grid indicate the amount of visible cells in that row/column, as seen from that vantage point. To clarify, negators are seen if and only if they are adjacent to the edge of the grid. Okay? So we have negators, a 1 to 6 Sudoku, region sum line, and skyscrapers. Cool. Okay. This one obviously can't be a negator because then the other it would see these two. This one, these two are a 1, so they have to be the highest cell in that row or column. Excuse me, sorry. Which means this is either a 6 or a 5. Either it's a 5 and the 6 is negated, and so everything else is hidden, or it's a 6 and something else is negated. What is the lowest? This is the lowest segment thing on this line. A 6. Could be. Wait a minute. Negators. There's exactly one negator cell in each row, column, and box. So how does this work? Values in the blue line have the same sum in each box the line is in. This is one cell. Is this because this does not have to be 1 through 6? It says normal Sudoku rules apply though. Oh, negators, yeah, negators is negative value, not zero value. So if this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, with 5 being negated, that'd be a 10. No, that would be a 5. If this were 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, with 6 being negated, that would be a 4. So this could be 4, 5, or 6, maybe? If it were 15 minus 8, that'd be 7. So if it were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it could be minus 4, because that would be minus 8, total of 15, which is 7. There's no 7 digit in a 1 through 6 Sudoku. So it would have to be the 5 negated. If it were 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, it also couldn't be 4 negated, because 16 minus 4 is 12. So it would have to be 6 negated, so 16 minus 12 is 4. Sorry, 16 minus 8 is 8, and 16 minus 4, 12 is 4. So this is either 4 or 5. And this is negated. One of these is definitely negated, so these are not negated. This is not negated. Same as this. Ah, that's something. Yeah. What could this be? If you had 5, 1, 2, 3 on here, and you negated 3, that would be 6 plus 5 is 11, minus 6 is 5. If this were a 6, and 1, 2, 3 is the least this could be, with the 3 being negative, that would be 9 minus 3 is 3. That could work as well. Actually, hold on. 12 minus 6 is 6. Yeah, this would be a 6, but it cannot be. 6 with 1, 2, 3 minus 3. 6 with 1, 2, and minus 3 is 3 minus 3 plus 6. Yeah, the max this could be, the minimum this could be, is 1 plus 2 minus 3, which is 0. So this one has to be less than or equal to this one. So this has to be a 5. This has to be a 5 as well, making this a 1, 2, 3. This is a 4, 6. The 3 here is the one negated. But because this is a 5, the 6 in this row has to be negated. So this is not negated. So 6 here is negated. This one has a negator cell on it, so these ones are all unnegated. This one now has to be a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 minus 5. So this is a 6. These are not 5s, so these are not negator cells. This is not a regular cell, because then the least this could have to would be 1, 4 here with the 2 here, and that'd be 7. That's not possible. This has to be negators. It has to be a 6. These are all unnegated, so are these, so are those. This could have been a negator if this were a 6 and that were a 1, but this can't be a 6 anymore. So this is not negated. This is 1, 2, 3, or 4. 5 goes over here in this box, goes over here in that one, so this one is the negator cell over here. These are not negated. 6 is over here, which could be the negator cell, because negators can be more than once. Digit may be negated once, more than once, or not at all. This one has to be a negator cell, but it just adds up to at least 10. This is 5 more than this cell. 6 goes in one of those two cells. If that were a 6, this would be 11. 11 in 3 cells without a 6 is 2, 4, 5. Yeah, 5, 2, 4. That would work. Oh, this one is a negator, so this one's not a negator. This one is a negator. Has a 5. The 5 then goes here. That is a 6. Oh, huh? What? Pourquoi? Oh wait, no. 5 can go here. That's why. Yeah, if this were a 6, this would have to be 2, 4, 5, but there is no 5 on it. So this one is a 5. This one is a 6. In fact, I could have told that because that 6 looking at it. Now this one has to be 10, which has to have a 1 on it, otherwise it would be 2, 3, 5. 1 needs 9 more. Can't be 2, 7, can't be 6, can't be, wait, what? Oh, no, sorry, yeah, it needs 9 more. 10 minus 5. It's wrong. It's wrong. There is a way for this to be 6. Huh? 10 can't be done. I did something wrong. What did I do wrong? This one is a 1, so there cannot be a 6 over here. And this one has to have a negator cell on it. Bless you! This one also has to be a negator cell. This one cannot be a 6. It was a sneeze, yes. My brother sneezes weird. Oh wait, if this was 15, minus 8 is not, it's still 7. Oh my god, a 9. This would be a 6. That would be a 5. Negated is minus 5, plus 5 is 10. Which is impossible with 1, 2, 3, and 4. Maybe it's... Maybe it's something I did over here. Hi, Auden.
I want to
You want to sit over here?
say.
Yeah. Here you go. Outside clues are skyscrapers.
On the sense.
What's up?
If the glass is something, I guess, to fire.
Is that so?
Yeah, the glass is still down.
I see.
We need the shot. We need shot to make the glass.
Oh, is your tooth out? Ah, I see. Are you the tooth fairy?
I will put my tooth, but it will out.
I see. This one cannot be negated.
It did not fail.
So this one would have to be a 6 unless this was a 6. Ah, it could be a 6 negated, and that could be a 5. Never mind. This, though. This doesn't have to be 1, 2, 3. If this were a 6, and this were a 5, this would have to add up to -1. So you could even have 1, 2, 4. Yeah, that could work. Okay, that's what I did wrong. Woof woof. But there does have to be a negator cell on both of these. Because the least this could add up to is 6. And the least this could add up to is 10. So it has to be a negator on both of those. Which means the negator is over here somewhere, but there has to be a negator cell on this one as well. Otherwise this would add to at least 10. So that is negated. These are not negated. Now what could this be? This, over here, has to be the highest cell in the row in order for this to not go up and then hit the highest cell in the row. Because this is always going to go up from here to here. So this is the last cell it can see. So this has to be higher than everything else, which means this is a 5 or a 6. Which means that this one has to be a 6. Otherwise, this one sees that cell up there as well. This would be at least a 2. So this is a 6. This is a 5. And now, what's this? Ah, this one has to be a 6, because this is the highest cell in that row now. If there's a 6 over here somewhere, then I would see 1, 2, 3. So this one is a 6. Which means there's a 5 roosters over here as well. Now, this adds up to either -1 or -2. What you doing there? One of these is a 6. You cold? Is that it? Where does 5 go? It can't go here. Because that'd be at most a 2. What can this be at most, in fact? 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That could be at most a 2. With 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 1 or 2. This adds up to either 11 or 10. If it were 11, this would be a 6. If it were 10, this would be a 5. 6 would be 2, 4. And 5 would be 1, 4, 2, 3. Go ahead. Mm. 6 is there somewhere. In order for this to be either -1 or -2, let's suppose that it's -2. What if this is a 4 and this is a -2? Then, in order for it to be -2, one has to be 2 more than the other, than the 2 that add up to whatever. And so the negative would be a 5. So if this were a 4, there'd be a 5 over here being negative, and the 2 other green cells would be 1 and 2. 9 minus 5 equals 4, yeah. If it were a 5 instead, though, and it's just -1, then it could be 1, 2, 4, or 1, 3, 5. Yeah, 1, 2, 4, 1, 3, 5. So it's either 1, 2, 5, making this a 4, or it's 1, 2, 4, or 1, 3, 5. These could still have 1 on them. Ah, the negative digit in this row is never seen, which means that whatever it is, these are going to go up by 1 each time. So if this is a 2, then 1 is the negative cell. Otherwise, you'd have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, etc. It's 5, 5, 6, etc. So if this is green, if this isn't negative, then it's 5 or 6. Makes that a 6 over there. What is the negative on this one? If it's a 6, then you would need either something adding up to 11 or 10, which is not possible. 6 has to be the positive digit over here. 6 has to be a positive digit over here. Because if it were negative, then either the 2 greens would have to add up to 6 plus 5, which is 11, which has to be 6 plus 5, or 6 plus 4, which is 10, which is 6 plus 4. It's not possible. If 5 was negative, then either you have 2 adding up to 10, which is 4, 6, or if 4 is, or you add up to 9, which is 6, 3. If 3 is the negative, or if 4 is negative, then it's 9, or 8. These are all possible. It's either 6, 4, 6, 3, 6, 2, or 6, 1. In the positives. But since 6 is a positive here, it can't go here. Because then you'd have 1, 2, 3 at max, and then all of these would be lower than it. So this is, oops, this one is a 6 and it's positive. One of these is the negative cell. These are all positive. One of these is the negative cell. So the 6 now has to go here, which makes this a 5. One of these is a 6 now. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, with 6 being the negative. And that's 16 minus 12, which is 4. So this is a 4 now. So this has to add up to -2, so this is 1, 2, 5. 5 is the negative cell. This is a 5 now, so the 5 goes here. This has to add up to -1. That's a 1, that's a 6. These are all positive cells. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. These are act as the thermometers. That's not 1 or 4. This is not 1 or 2. This is not 4, in fact. This is a 3. This is a 4. This is a 2. This is a 1. This is a 4. This is not a 4. This is not a 2. In fact, this is a 2. This is a 1, 5. This is not a 1 anymore. This is not a 2. This adds up to 10 now. So this is either 1, 4, or 2, 3. It can't be 2, 3, so it is 1, 4. 10 minus 6 is 4. This is 2. This is 3. This is 3. This is 4 and 3. This is 2. This is 3. This is 1, 2, and 4. This is 2. This is a 5. This is a 5. This is a 1. And we have the last negator cells over here. These are all positive. 1, 2, 3, 6. There we go. That's a two-star puzzle. Well, thank you everyone for coming. It was a blast. And yeah, I'm probably gonna be streaming tomorrow as well. Tomorrow's an off day. Yeah, I do love starting the puzzles and going through them. Or should I say, thug them. I'm gonna eat now and then go to the gym, and I will see some of you, or maybe all of you, tomorrow. Good night, everyone. I'm ending stream now.